can't believe it's this. The old God stepping in to a world of flames. Everything is tight for shareholder might. It's time to stop and think what the point really is. But how about you? They laughed in your face. They spoke about your power, but refused to set your place. I'll take your hand and lead you through the dust. Yesterday's cast-offs are today's number ones. Today's number ones. Don't gaslight me with lies, but don't string hopes up to die. Living in the real world is the greatest prize. If you hear just one thing, let it be this: there's an enormous world outside, so don't wait to take it in. But how about you? They laughed in your face. They spoke about softened glow of alleyway light. I see neon signs that draw me in, but I turn back to where I begin. Here in the night you can't find me. Here in the dark you can't see me. I've been running for years, I'm out of ideas. Here in the black I am Show me your light, I'll snuff it out. Show me your blue, I'll show you black. I'm on a task you'd not understand. I'm building something here to show you all. Here in the night you can't find me. Here in the dark you can't see me. I've been running for years, I'm out of ideas. Here in the black I am home. Show me your blue, I'll show you black. I'm on a task you'd not understand. I'm building something here to show you all. Here in the night, you can't find me. Here in the dark, you can't see me. I've been running for years. I'm out of ideas. Here in the black, I am whole. I've been running for years. I've been fighting my tears. I've been running for years. I found my peace, and it's here. Here in the black, I am whole.
Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Sunday morning. I'm sure that the stream title will be completely wrecking the reach that this gets, but you guys voted for this in the poll, so that's what we've got. We'll be building a PC whilst people sidle into the stream. We'll do some discussion topics. We'll get onto the build in about 20 minutes or so. That's CPU 7500F. Got some more of these back in. I couldn't get them for a while. They increased the price, but they have brought them back down to 120 quid, including VAT. So that makes it a lot better. I'll do a little quick look over the parts, then we'll get into our discussion topic, and everything will be amazing. I don't know if my mic's not loud enough. Please tell me, because I'm not sure if that is going to be loud enough. I'm wondering if I can change the gain on here. Is that any better? Oh, that's too much. That's too much. Try that one. There. Okay, I think that looks good now on my end, but please tell me if that is too loud. Okay. Let's put some background music on. Turn that volume down there, and then we're good to go. We are good to go. Okay. Top-down view. That's how we do it. I'll just pick them up as I see them. So we've got a Bywin NV7200. I bought a good like 15 of these in one pot because they're down at £105. Pretty nice, like speedy drive. I think this is the best you're going to get for that price at the moment, given the current market. We've got some precious DDR5. Now, luckily, I've managed to get a slight agreement with Silicon Power to provide these slightly cheaper, although it's still not great. You know, you're still looking at like £320 to £340 for a 32GB kit of DDR5 6000C36. It's not like a great deal, but it helps. Every little bit helps, doesn't it? We already saw the CPU 7500F, deep cooled PL750D, absolute workhorse. I don't really know why I should use any other power supply until you get to the point where you need an 850 gold, because I get these at £40 to £45 per unit, including VAT, and it's 750 watts, ATX 3.1, PCIe 5.1. It comes with a native 12 volt 2x6 cable that's 450 watts, but that's fine because you're not going to need a 600 watt cable on a 750 power supply. Well built. I mean, I've used it probably about 100 times. I've had one fail. It didn't take any other components with it, so, you know, that's not so bad. Overall, a really nice unit and unbeatable for the price. Obviously, it's not modular, which in some cases is going to be difficult. It might be a bit tricky in our current case we're going to use today. But you know what? Sometimes having it non-modular has benefits. You know, lots of people buy a pre-built PC and then throw away all the other cables, even though I tell them not to. And this just assures that you're going to have all your cables. Obviously, being a ATX 3.1 unit, it has loads of cables. So, you know, there's benefits and drawbacks. Pretty good rated unit, cybernetics silver, but 80 plus bronze. So I think that's pretty good for a cheaper unit. It's probably a B or a C tier on the online tier lists, I imagine. But, you know, pretty good. I like it. And then what else have we got? Motherboard. B650 Eagle AX. Absolute classic motherboard. This will power any AM5 CPU, no problem. You don't need to spend any more money on your platform than this unless you're into heavy tuning and overclocking, particularly on memory. You know, you're not going to get a good memory overclock or tune on this board, but most people just put the Expo profile on and that's fine. So with this, you're laughing. You know, you've got quite a lot of power delivery down the side here. It's a 12-phase VRM, I believe, but from what I can see, it's a duet rail system. So it's truly more of a 6-phase, but it has the power handling capability of a 12-phase. So pretty good. Again, not for like mega overclocking or whatever, but you know, this board was like £100. So, I mean, that's pretty amazing for £100 to get that kind of power delivery. Included Wi-Fi 6 as well. It has got, I think it's just gigabit LAN, but that's okay. Most people don't have anything faster than that. You've got 3 M2 slots. None of them are stealing anything from the PCIe slot. I mean, this is pretty unbeatable for value. And it's even got a heatsink on the power delivery as well. So come on, guys. Come on, this is amazing value. You know, the RAM and everything's gone up, but motherboards have come way down. You don't need a B850. You don't need an X870. This will do everything you need, even for a top-end Ryzen 9, unless you're a heavy tuner overclocker. The other benefit of this board actually as well is that I like where, so the PCIe long slot isn't too high. So sometimes they put that long slot there, which can like make the whole build look cramped towards the top. And sometimes with the big air coolers, it will actually block you being able to install your graphics card. So having it one down for me is perfect. And then they've got the 3 here for your expansion cards in a pretty nice arrangement. So I think this is hard to beat. That's why I use this board so much. And it's even got integrated IO shield as well, which helps. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm just going to keep using it. So as long as they keep making it, I can't think of a better board to use. RX 9060 XT 16 gig. Obviously, we don't use the 8GB version unless you're in very specific circumstances. And in fact, a lot of the distributors aren't stocking the 8GB one anymore. I think people just are not buying it. Which is a good signal to send to the market, doesn't it? I think we could all do with a bit more RAM. We've been stuck on the current amounts for years. This is just the Sapphire Pulse version. As I always say, guys, don't spend loads of money on posh versions of Jack graphics cards. So don't get like an Asus Prime Strix thing version of this, because it's not going to make any difference to anything, particularly at this level. Even on like 5080 class, 9070 XT class, it barely makes any difference. Like I find the cheaper ones just as good as the expensive ones. Maybe once you're hitting 5090 territory and you want to overclock or something, maybe you want one with a better cooler like an Astral or something, but realistically, any AIB version of a graphics card is going to be fine. So pretty sweet. The other good thing before I move on with the Radeon cards is that they use a full X16 on the slot, which means that if you put it into a PCI 3.0 system, like an older system, you're not going to get super handicapped like you would if it was a ×8. So that's also welcomed and appreciated. This was the cheapest one I could get at the time. Usually I use the Power Color Reaper because they come in at around £370, which is a bit cheaper, but they're out of stock, so I couldn't get them. Cooler. Now, I bought a bunch of these when Overclockers UK had a sale. It's the APNX APV1. So it's this tower cooler. Basically, if you look inside it, it's like a standard tower cooler, like a Thermalright Assassin X or whatever. They've just put this sort of metal shroud and fan around it, and it looks really clean, like from the side. It's going to really look good in the build. I got these for about £15 each, so pretty good value. APNX is, I think it's just the posh version of AeroCool, so pretty nice. I haven't got anything else, just some screws there. The case we'll show later just because it's absolutely massive to fit into the screen here, but it's the Fractal Pop 2 Vision, which we did a review on the channel. If you haven't seen it, it's a good review for a nice case. Fractal always do well, don't they? Okay, so we'll do our discussion points and then we will get into actually putting this thing together. So I have prepared a few topics. So first topic is about the PlayStation not having disc versions of games starting in sometime soon. So I'm going to just amend that to slightly make the question a bit more pointed. So if you don't know, PlayStation, Sony, whatever, they've all said that in a couple of years' time they're going to stop producing disc versions of games for the most part. Now, interestingly, I think one of the main reasons that consoles are still relevant is because you can buy the discs, sell the games on second hand, and that's one of the main benefits of console. So if that's going away, you have to ask yourself the question, is a console actually worthwhile anymore? And I don't think it is. Nowadays, you can get a PC that is very close in performance for a little bit more money, but you do get versatility, longevity. Usually you get better performance, you get access to things like DLSS and FSR versions. So I think the PC is the way to go. Obviously, this depends on what point of the cycle you're at in the consoles, right? So when the consoles first come out, they're actually amazing value because they're going to be faster than a PC you can put together for the same money. But we're towards the end of their life cycle now. Once you get to that midpoint and beyond, just really isn't worth it to get a console, in my opinion, because you're just much better off with a PC. So that's just my opinion. But if anyone's got any thoughts, do let me know in the comments and we can go from there. Because the other advantages of consoles that people talk about is that they're very easy one and done solutions so that all your games just work and you can do it with a controller. But you can do that now with Bazzite, right? So you can put in Bazzite Linux, you can boot it into Steam Big Picture mode, everything just works. The only exception would be those kernel anti-cheat games. The other thing is you could do Windows Xbox mode as well, which they're working on, which is looking promising, not quite there yet. So there's loads of ways that you can go about creating a console-like experience if you wanted it, and it's something that I'm trying to push ahead with pc36.co.uk as a little strategy to combat the Steam machine, so that will be coming soon. So yeah, I think consoles, the whole value proposition of a console is poor. You're also going to be paying more money for your games in most cases because there's no competition. So if you buy your online games on a PlayStation, you're pretty much stuck with the PlayStation Store. Yes, you can buy game codes from other sites, but all they do is redeem on the PlayStation Store, right? So you've lost the competition there. Whereas you go to PC, you can buy from GOG, you can buy from Epic, you can buy from Steam. And just having a little bit of that competition helps as well. You can also play infinitely back compatible as well on PC. You can play games from like 1998 if you wanted to. So that helps. And you know, we're not going to talk about FitGirl repacks, but that is certainly an option that some people avail themselves of. Not that I recommend it. So I'm really struggling to see the appeal of the consoles, particularly with the prices going up. I think that Steam are doing a good thing with the Steam machine. The pricing isn't great, that's not their fault, but I quite like the way they're going with it, giving people a PC, although they haven't really gone the full way because everything is still soldered down, isn't it? So it's not upgradable like a PC is, but it's kind of pushing people's thoughts in that direction, which is appreciated. So I think that, yes, PlayStation's not going for discs is completely taking away one of the main benefits of console. So I think it's a bit dead in the water. Now, as the title was about banging mums in Denmark, then that's what we go. That's what we'll go with next. Got Desteo in the chat. Good to see you. There we go. Right. So yeah, last week took a little trip down to Denmark. Over to Denmark. Copenhagen, very nice place. They are better. The Danish are better than us in the UK, I've decided. Their streets are cleaner. The people are more attractive. It's just better. Everyone's more respectful. I went to a Pure Gym while I was there, and everyone was putting their weights back. Everyone was very polite. You go to a Pure Gym in the UK, you'd be lucky to come out with both your kidneys. So, just goes to show. I didn't even know they had Pure Gyms over there. Although there's still people that don't know how to work out. I saw a guy doing a chest press, and he had his arms out like this, and he was going like this. So it's a universal thing for people to make fool of themselves in the gym, but it was good. Yeah, so I definitely recommend people go. It's not that cheap to like buy stuff out there, but the flights and everything were well cheap. So yeah, and yeah, Danish women are very attractive, much more attractive than people in the UK. So you know, yeah. So Desteo's got, they do it better than us in pretty much every way. Although part of that is that they're just richer, aren't they? They've got some natural resources. Places like Norway, they've absolutely nailed it because they had all their strategic oil reserves, and instead of just like spunking all the money on whatever, they set up a sovereign wealth fund, which means they basically invest in index funds with the money they made from the oil, and that just like pays for all of their social infrastructure. And it's a very good long-term play. So they're just big brains, aren't they? They're just smarter than us. I would say that, you know, they're not maybe as open and friendly and starting to, you know, strike up conversations with you as maybe somewhere like Portugal, other places in Europe where people are just a little bit more like, you know, want to strike up conversation with you and stuff. People keep more to themselves in Scandinavia, I've noticed. So yeah. So, done Norway, done Denmark. We kind of did Sweden. So you can get a train from Copenhagen over to Malmo, but Malmo was a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. It's a bit like Plymouth in the UK, although it's like a really posh version of Plymouth. But yeah. You got family in Norway, nice. Yeah. So I've been to Oslo, but it was only for one day. It's good. That's true. Yeah, they are good buying local. Definitely. Yeah, they do. Oh, they do just like their local stuff. There wasn't that many imports, I've noticed. So yeah, it was good. And their metro in Copenhagen is amazing. Like it's the best underground I've ever used. The trains come like once a minute. They're easy to understand where you go. They're really clean. Everyone's respectful. I don't know, I just had no problems with it. It was amazing. Even the buses are good, so you can get around easily. Just a beautiful place. It kind of makes me want to move there, actually. But I think I need to be a bit richer before moving there. And also moving there as a doctor, that is difficult because you have to learn the language, not just for conversation, but for medical as well. So tricky one. So JFix says, what do you think of that BC 250? Do you know what? Let's actually make that into a little discussion topic. And to close this topic out, yes, the women are very attractive there. Much better looking than anywhere else I've ever seen. Oh, you was at the motherboard stuff. Thank you, mate. Yes, that would be appreciated. Yeah, but there's no rush. There's no rush. Always appreciate it. Yeah, been a hell of a month. I agree. Right. So we've talked about that. Let's talk about BC 250 as steam machine replacement. We'll talk about that. Thank you. Oh, Desteo is sorting me out. Do you know what we should do? I don't know if it already exists. If there's like a UK PC builders Discord or something along those lines that we can all like send deals to each other. Because I don't know about you, I take advantage of arbitrage quite a lot. So if there's a good deal on Amazon, like for example, there was Ryzen 5 9600Xs going for 130 quid the other week. And those kind of things are really good for boosting your profits on occasional builds. So that might be something we could set up actually. It might be useful because it doesn't hurt anyone. And if we're using Amazon affiliate links to each other, then everyone's getting a mutual benefit. There is a place. Okay. Worth looking into. So we'll talk about the BC250 in a minute. And if there's any other PC builders, including Desteo, have you guys had any success with trying to make Steam Machine like competitors out of your own builds? I don't know. Discord of another YouTuber that's basically evolved into. Oh, cool. Somebody's already thought of it. That happens with a lot of good ideas that I have. I realise that somebody else has already thought of them. Yeah. All right. So BC250. For those of you who don't know, BC250 is it's like an all-in-one kind of motherboard thing that has an APU in it, which is CPU and GPU together on one single chip. So you used to be able to buy them quite cheap, but the price has gone every time ETA Prime or someone else makes a video about them. They always go up in price loads, but they are good. So they're basically, I think, isn't the BC250 is equivalent to a PS4 Pro or something like that, and it's really good for the money that you pay. And I think when they're good prices, they're between £100 and £150. There's cases on AliExpress that you can buy to like put them together, and you can get a mega cheap like gaming box, which is not a million miles away from the Steam Machine for like a fraction of the price. So it's pretty sweet. I think these kind of things could work. It's difficult. 5700 X2D and 7900 XS factory wood, yeah. Yeah, see, yeah. The difficulty is if you're trying to sell a Steam Machine, you want to keep the prices low really, because that's what people expect from a console-ified experience. And that's what I think anyway. We got Jonathan R. Had a nice vacation. Yeah, I had an amazing vacation. So I'm still cutting body weight for like my weightlifting goals, if you like. And I went out there and just absolutely ate anything I wanted. Took a diet break, but I was walking around 15 to 20k steps a day. So I actually ended up not changing my weight at all when I came back. So that was quite nice. But yeah, it's nice out there. Loads of food options for people. You know, I eat a vegan diet, but I don't really care what other people eat. It's just that happened to be really good for me. Carty says BC250 isn't. No, I say it's not near the PS5 Pro. So I always said PS4 Pro is what I said. Yeah. Yeah, but you are right. You know, those BC250s, they come with their own caveats. So I don't think you can install Windows 11 on them. I don't know if you can, and I don't know if they have secure boot. But you could definitely just chuck Bazite on it easily. So yeah. John Spiewak. Oh, we went with my friend Chris. Went to Copenhagen, and then on the last day, stored our bags in the lockers at the airport, and then got the train over. The train over to Malmo, which was nice. It took like 25 minutes to go from Denmark to Sweden, which is kind of crazy. Yeah. So the BC250 it's a low-end PC, isn't it? Like basically, you just have to find a chassis that you can fit it in, right? So yeah. What else has been in the news lately? I haven't actually really planned out what we're going to discuss, and we've got like a few more minutes while people sidle in. The biggest problem with BC250 is the memory. Okay, monitors. Yeah, that's true. Like a lot of things nowadays, we are limited by memory, aren't we? And it's something that people are very stingy on. When I say people, I mean manufacturers. That's good. 6750 XT for 150, because that has 12 gigabytes of VRAM, if I remember. So yeah. Carty knows all about the BC250. definitely know more than I do about it. So yeah, but you are right. You have to understand the limitations, don't you? Yeah. So what else is in the tech news recently, guys? You got to help me out here. The 50 Super Series is coming out. Let's do that. Does anyone care though? Not sure I do. So 50 Super Series. So my understanding is that most of them, of these 50 Super Series that are coming out, are just higher sort of gigabyte versions, right? They've got more VRAM. So the 5080 might be going to 24 gigabytes, which I don't really see the point of. I don't think 16 is holding you back. Maybe that's good for local AI stuff. I don't know. Yeah. Some of them I think are getting more CUs, but it's not a massive spec increase. So I don't think I would wait for the series. The only one that might be really good is the 5070 Super, if they boost up the VRAM on that, because that was I really like the RTX 5070, but the 12 gigabytes of VRAM that was a really bad move. If they made it 16, that thing would be flying off shelves, because let me tell you, AMD 9000 series is, at least with my company, mega popular. Like the 9070 XT is really, really popular. Like people want that more than the 5070, which I haven't seen Radeon being able to do that forever, actually. You know, it used to be really hard to sell a Radeon system, but now everyone's loving the 9060 XT, 9070 XT. So this series has been a bit of a turning point, at least from what I can see. And I just wish that 5070 had 16 gigs, because then the competition would be a lot better. So what we got? Did you see the Linus video of the Steamroller? Basically, Lian Li A3 as the base, and it's about 1200. Yeah, I don't think people are doing it properly. That's too expensive. I mean, the idea is that you're supposed to build one for the same price and have it be faster. But the issue you have with a lot of things in this PC space with the content is people go, well, you need to add this, or this little bit more gets you this much more, and all those things might be valid. But the whole reason you were doing the video was to try and do something for the same money. So try and keep it the same money. Obviously, the A3 isn't as small as the Steam machine, and it would be very hard for you to make a PC that's that small for the same amount of money. So really, it's the size that is the only advantage of the Steam machine, right? That's my opinion, because you can turn on a PC using AC back with a smart plug, costs 20 quid. That's the same as turning it on with a controller for me, practically. And you could use Bazzite or Xbox mode. Either one is good. Latest tech news. LG monitors are scary. Well, I haven't watched the video yet. I saw it come up in my feed from Steve, Gamers Nexus. Does anyone else feel like Gamers Nexus has changed a lot recently? They used to do a lot of sort of technical analysis, useful information. I think a lot of what they're doing now is like, it's almost like rage baiting, isn't it? Like documentaries uncovering stuff, which is fine. It's just not. That's just not what their previous like content type was like. I think they're adapting to the hardware crunch, aren't they? They're saying that no one's watching PC build videos or part reviews because people can't afford it. So let's do outrage bait instead. It's obviously doing well for them though. So what can you do? The other, LG installing adware. Yeah. I just don't understand why they do this. It's crazy, right? Absolutely crazy. But I think if you dig deep enough, you'll probably find that most of them are doing it. It's just mad to me that a monitor should have any software in it that isn't just about displaying what content you want to watch, right? I don't need any smart features on my monitor. I want it to be a dumb panel with some settings for the colors, and then everything else can be sorted by whatever's plugged into it. What's a good idle temp for a liquid-cooled 9950X 3D? I know it's like any Ryzen, right? like when you're idle at the desktop, you'll probably be in the region of 50 to 60 degrees C. If you're in a game, you want that, you know, under 80 degrees C ideally. If you're compiling shaders, which means that all the cores are going to be used 100%, then it will shoot up to 85 to 90 degrees C while it's doing that, but that's fine. So those, you know, you don't have to be too specific about it. Just under 80 degrees in gaming is fine. Under 95 degrees when you're compiling shaders, that's fine. You know, that's no problem. Yeah, that's true. Let's briefly talk about the 7700 X3D and 5800 X3D. Because I mean, this will be quick because they're both kind of not the best value, right? So 7700 X3D came out, and what's the current price on that? I'm actually just going to look it up because I don't know, but I thought it was like $330, wasn't it, or something like that. What can I buy it for in the UK? It doesn't. I can't even see that it's been released yet. Oh, Kit Guru probably has a review, don't they? Let's have a look. Okay, down to the bottom. So £295. What? Well, that's pointless. It's the same price as a 7800 X3D, right? I mean, I'm sure you could get the 7800 X3D for that price. Yeah, right. It's $275 on Amazon. So why would I get the inferior? I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe that. What? Trust AMD to balls up the marketing of a new product. That's madness. Okay, so the 7700 X3D is dead in the water unless they reduce it by like another 40 quid, because you might as well get the 7800 X3D. So that's completely pointless. And the 5800 X3D Anniversary Edition was quite clearly a cash grab, massively overpriced, but it still will make sense for some people. So if you're building a new system, like from scratch, I don't think the 5800 X3D is a good call. I think you could either get a 14600K if you want to stay on DDR4, or you could just get an AM5 system like a 7500F or something and be within the same kind of ballpark performance depending on the game. But what it does make sense for is if you've got a full system and you just want to upgrade your CPU, then obviously that's going to be cheaper overall to just upgrade. So the 5800 X3D is a bit more interesting, but it's still overpriced. It's like £315. And yeah, so Desteo's made a good point, and mostly journalism now. So yeah, they do highlight negatives because that's what makes people click the videos, right? Because people aren't interested in things being nice; they just want them to be crazy one way or the other. And the issue is, it's sort of like Desteo's saying, it creates like a lot of negativity. There are still good things in the PC industry. It's still better than a console, in my opinion. You've still got loads of freedom. You could do mods, you could do fit girl repacks. I'm not recommending that, but it's something you could do. You've got a huge variety of games. Motherboards are mega cheap. Cases are mega cheap. Power supplies are getting really cheap. So whilst the RAM and that SSDs are way, way overpriced, some other parts are going to take the sting out of that. Not fully, but a little bit. So there are good things to be had even in a bad market like we're in. Yeah, just talking about Reddit, you know. I don't go on Reddit. Don't go on Reddit for PC advice. You know, occasionally you'll get lucky and you'll find somebody that genuinely wants to help you and doesn't have an agenda. But most people on the forums, like Reddit, they have some kind of activist agenda. They hate some company or something. Don't want to listen to that. You just want somebody that's going to give you an objective answer. So I just don't really think that Reddit is very good advice. I mean, that's not just for PCs. That it's a kind of a complaining forum most of the time. Apparently 5800X3D is the most popular CPU across every distributor. Yeah, maybe. I think probably a lot of people bought them because they were expecting high demand. I don't know how much that demand has actually been realized when the price comes out, but it does allow you to use DDR4. So that is a big saving. I was thinking about getting one, putting it in with a 9070 XT with 32 gigs of DDR4, and it comes out to roughly the same price as using like a 9600X or a 7500F on a DDR5 system. Overall, the smarter play is to get the AM5 system, right? But some people will just see the X3D and will just have that. They don't care about anything else, right? So I don't know. I wouldn't use it for my PC, but I can see why people have bought it in. Right, I'm going to have one more quick scour for tech news, then we're getting on with the rest. What's a good site for tech news? Probably something like WCCF, is that one? They do news, don't they? None of this is particularly interesting. Yeah, it's all rubbish, isn't it? I think there was something about NVIDIA cards not having a hotspot temperature, which was kind of unexciting, I think. What are your top 3 desktop motherboards today for value? Right, so this one is unbeatable. I think this is unbeatable. So it's a Gigabyte B650 Eagle AX, right? So it's got Wi-Fi 6, it's got LAN. I don't know. I think it's just gigabit LAN. It's got a good number of USB ports, and it's £100. You have, if I can put it in front of my face, 12-phase VRM. Yes, it's 6 phases doubled, but that's fine for AMD. It's got 3 M2 slots. It's got the PCI X16 in a perfect position, one down from the top. You've got good expansion slots at the bottom if you want to use them. It's got everything you could ever need from any AM5 system. Chuck a Ryzen 9 in this, it's fine. It's completely fine. So that is the one I recommend because it's like £100. And then for AM4, it doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter. Just get any board that's got at least a 4-phase VRM, and ideally it would have a heatsink over the VRM as well. Other than that, it doesn't matter on AM4 because you're not thinking about upgrade potential. Unless you're using like a 16-core CPU, in which case you might want to get something a little bit better. At the moment, there's the MSI Pro VDH Wi-Fi, which is fairly well stocked, has built-in Wi-Fi, and it's generally all right-ish. And then for Intel, on the current gen, the Z890s are well cheap. They are really cheap. So really any of them around the £160 to £200 mark are pretty good. In general, apart from this Gigabyte Eagle, I am loving ASRock motherboards. I think they're offering some of the best VRM for the money, the best SSD storage amounts for the money. They've got good USB ports, good features. They've got good range of ITX, MATX, and full ATX. Overall, really good brand, actually, I think. What lets them down is their BIOS is a bit rubbish. But for most people, it doesn't matter. You're just going to switch on XMP. I haven't had any problems with them. I know some people have had problems with the X3D CPUs. Personally, it's not something I've seen. And, you know, Destea makes a good point that the X3D thing is actually one thing where AMD has done really good marketing because people love it. And actually, you put something like a Ryzen 5 7500F or 7700X, it's going to give you plenty of CPU performance. You don't really need those X3Ds unless you're mega competitive. So absolutely right. So in terms of other AM5 boards that are good, so my go-to for ITX would be ASRock Lightning B650i. Then for micro ATX, I would go with the ASRock B850M-A Pro Wi-Fi. And then for ATX, it's this Gigabyte Eagle AX. So good, man. So good. Okay. All right, so I think it's time we get on with some builds. So let me just get rid of that and we can go onto the top-down view. And as always, guys, if there's any audio, visual, or anything else, any other problems, please just let me know. But let's crack on with this build. Where did I put that SSD? I put it down somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I always start with the SSD. I think that's the smart play. So if you're using sort of a lower end Gen 4 or any Gen 3 drive, I'd recommend you put them in one of the lower ones. But because it is a good drive, I'm going to put it in the top one. The reason I do that is, firstly, often the top drive is faster than the others in terms of it supports Gen 5. Also, it's easier to change this SSD out if you already have your graphics card in place. So in general, I try to populate the lower ones first, but in this case, because it's quite a nice SSD, I'll be putting it in the top. Okay, so I'll need a screwdriver. And if anyone's here who has watched, any of the Linux tutorials, thanks for all the support on those. They've done really well. The Steam OS one has done particularly well. It's only been out about a week and it's on about 25,000 views, which for me is insanely good. So thanks for the support on that one if you were interested. Obviously, you would have noticed that a lot of the content has been Linux installs recently. Just riding that Linux wave, but we're back to other content really from now on. Because, effectively I've completed that now, so there's been no need to add anything else. So yeah, I don't really like SteamOS. I think it's a bit overrated. I'm sticking with Windows because everything works on it. And it's not really, I don't really find Windows that intrusive on a day-to-day basis. Obviously, it does have some privacy concerns which are valid, but it's just not quite there yet for me to do all of my workflow. And I'm not really interested in dual booting because it just adds a layer of complexity that I don't need. And if you've watched any of the benchmark videos, not necessarily ones that I've done, you'll notice that there is no performance difference between Windows and Linux. In fact, most of the time, Windows is still faster. So I don't know where people are getting this notion that Linux is better for gaming in terms of performance, because it demonstrably isn't. Like Windows 11 is better. No, I said that often I would put them in the lower slots. If it was a slower Gen 4 drive or a Gen 3 drive, I would put those in here. But because it's a good quality Gen 4 drive, quite fast, I'll put it in the top one. Very nice, very nice. Where did I put my CPU? Oh, it's there. So these boxes obviously aren't retail boxes, and for those of you who don't know, if you're operating as a company or whatever, you can buy CPUs without the retail packaging, which is a little bit cheaper, particularly for things like the Ryzen 7500F, which doesn't normally have retail packaging anyway. They sometimes come in those little jewelry cases. Called a tray version or OEM version. Same CPU, of course. Magical. There we go. Best GPU for 5600G. Oh, 5600G, it's a tricky CPU. because I think not only is the 5600G limited to 8 PCIe lanes on the top slot, it's also limited to Gen 3, I think, as well. So that's a tricky one. To be honest, I would just get any GPU. I would try and avoid any that have got ×4 on the PCIe, but you are handicapped by that CPU, unfortunately. This is why I never have I ever recommended anyone to get the APU type GPUs. You know, the ones with the G on the end, right? I've just never recommended it because they're not good for gaming and they're not good CPUs really. So you haven't really done much. But maybe they were cheap back in the day. You know, I don't know. I wasn't there. So I don't know. Maybe like a 5060 would be good, or a 9060 XT. Once you start going above that kind of level, you're probably going to end up being held back by your CPU too much, most likely. Doesn't mean you couldn't buy an expensive graphics card and then update the rest of your system later. That's fine. But you're in a tricky spot with that one, unfortunately. All right, let's get this cooler on. Right. Remember how to do this. I haven't used this cooler in a while. So this is the AM4 and it's side to side. So it must go like this. It's DDR. The RAM is DDR5 6000 CL36, so pretty standard RAM. The CL30 stuff is so expensive now, and unfortunately, most of the CL36 RAM is kind of like not very good quality ICs most of the time, so you can't really tune it down to CL30. Right, who's ahead in the poll then for most attractive nation? I can't believe UK is second. That's madness. Best looking nation, Sweden, pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. Denmark was better. Well, Copenhagen was better anyway, I thought. But I can't believe the UK's in second. That vexes me like you wouldn't believe. Okay. Who comes to the UK and goes, "Oh yeah, women here are amazing"? Maybe London, but you know, London's like quite multicultural, right? So chances are, if you find someone attractive, they're not actually British anyway. All right. Get all the cabling out. I think the symbol goes in the top left, if I remember correctly. So that will just go down like that. Okay. Right, thermal paste criticizers, get ready, because this is your moment to shine. You can tell me I'm doing too much or too little. You've been waiting for this all day. You stay awake at night just waiting to criticize people for the thermal paste application. And this is your time, guys. So come on. Tell me what I've done wrong. Way too much. Not enough. Ugh. Good advice. 5600 is still actually not a bad CPU. It's about the same speed as a Ryzen 5 8400F, thereabouts. You'll get the PCI 4, you'll get the better performance. Obviously, if your motherboard supports PCI 4, that is, you know. If you've got a B450, A520 or something, you know, if you haven't got a B550 basically, or an X570, then obviously you're not going to get the advantage of that necessarily, but you will get the 16 lanes, which will make a big difference. Yeah, Disteo is correct. Not a perfect circle. Johns. How dare you? God, this mounting system doesn't it? I mean, it is on. I don't know. It just doesn't feel that secure. I mean, it's fine. I can pick it up by the cooler, and it seems fine. All right. CPU fan cable is in. One thing I find irrationally very annoying is when they put these like little sticker things on the cables, like, ugh. GG's on the viewership. Well, oh, for the tutorials. Thank you. I mean, I think they're good tutorials. The difficulty is obviously I'm not going to get much return from that in terms of business, but it's good. It gets a bit of visibility. You know, I don't mind doing them. They take about a day or two to make. Yeah. I think people don't realize like how hard it is to get views on YouTube without going down the, you know, the scum routes. I mean, it would be easy to get views in the tech niche. Just get some attractive girl to host the channel, and you'll get so popular. All right, we just need the RGB cable. Plug that in there. Right, so that's the platform done. Marvelous. So I guess next we should get the case ready. So I'll go and get that. It's just on the floor over there, but I'll just go and grab it. So you'll have to entertain yourselves for a couple of minutes. Yeah, bloody rat bags. Oh, it's called the APNX APV1 too. Oh, AP1V, sorry. I bought a bunch of them. They were about £15. They're really nice. It goes perfectly with the case as well, which we'll see in a minute. It's the same one that is featured in the review of the Pop 2 Vision that's on the channel. Oh, this desk is huge and I still run out of space all the time. Yes, Queen. This is a good video time for the Linus mouse mat. I've had this desk pad for a very, very long time. It's actually really good quality. Okay, so Pop 2 Vision. Ooh. So it's a standard ATX case. And you know, I use so many micro ATX cases that this feels enormous to me, but it's actually quite compact for an ATX case. And there is a review on the channel if anyone is interested in getting it. It's just like a fractal version of a fish tank case, which is good. It's probably one of the nicest looking versions of a fish tank case, IMO. Because it's got, as we'll see, it's got the recessed fans. So, oh, there we go. So you can see that the fan is kind of recessed into the chassis a bit. It gives it like a cool kind of like very clean look. The only thing I thought they could have done is add some kind of like shrouding block here so that you could have the same effect for your fans that are exhausting out of the top. That would have really like made this super special, but it's still a good case. It's fairly reasonably priced. It's like 80 quid, 80 to 90 quid here in the UK. It's good. Cable management is pretty decent. We'll open that up and have a look. Sticker on the glass. Luckily, the sticker comes off on this one when you take the plastic peel off. So it's not like the NZXT cases where it gets stuck on the actual glass. So you've got quite good cable management space in there. And you can put your PSU in either mid-rise or at the bottom. And I tend to put it in mid-rise actually most of the time, so that gravity can help out with the cable management. But yeah, pretty good. Weirdly, the fans are 3-pin DC fans, not PWM. You know, you can still control them. It's just kind of weird that's the fans that they use. But yeah, all right. I think we'll start by putting a fan in the back. Let me see if I can just go. There we go. Try it on this camera. So I did also buy some APNX fans to go with it. So they're quite sleek looking fans as well. I should have bought more of them really. They're only like £4 each at the time. So they've got like the nice sort of rounded edges as well, so it'll look similar to the CPU cooler. I think overall this is going to look really nice. But one of the things about this case is you can put a rear fan in if you want, but if you don't put a rear fan in, it will still look good. And you can put your liquid cooler pipes, if you've got one, like, you know, going towards the back like this. So pretty good. I like it overall. I have used the APNX cases before. I mean, they're okay, but I wouldn't say they were groundbreaking. But yeah, so the Linus mouse mat is good. I do recommend it actually. I didn't really recommend the screwdriver. To me, it wasn't worth it, but the desk pads are worth it, I think. They are really good. Now that needs to come up a little bit. Whee! I love it when they do that. What? All right, I'll get some cables. Just undoing twizzle ties. Always feels so pointless, doesn't it? Because all you do is undo them every time anyway. Take off this little SSD plate. This SSD plate is pretty good. Like, you can put 3 2.5s and a 3.5-inch drive on it, which is pretty decent. The other thing as well is with these fans is that they pitch slightly in towards the center of the case as well, which is good for a fish tank because you get more of the air on to the bit of the case that you want it on. So pretty good. I like it. I like it. I like it. And I've got loads of cable tie down points in here as well. All right. So we've got USB 3. Interestingly though, right, there is a USB-C on the top, but you don't have the internal USB-C connector. It all goes through this same cable, which will probably mean it's slightly slower. Got your standard HD audio cable, and then our fans here. So you need a SATA for the power of the fans, and then the speed is controlled by a 3-pin because we're living in like 1998. And then the RGB is up at the top here, just terminates in a 3-pin regular. There is a way that you can plug it in. See if I can tilt that so you can see it. See that red bit? That's where you can control the RGB via the case button on top. But there's no pass-through. So if you put it in here, you can't control it with your motherboard software, which is tricky if you've got other RGB elements in your PC. So you can make a choice, either try and route it all through this, or you can put it all through the motherboard. But I wouldn't advise splitting it between them because you'll have a split RGB sort of ecosystem at that stage. So we can either decide to do it via the case button, or we can do it via the motherboard software. You can do it either way. Like personally, I would have it via the case button because I don't want any software on the PC. But people, when they buy the PCs now, they expect to be able to control it through the software. So that's what we're going to do for the customer build. But for my own build, I would not do that. And they have really done some weird stuff here with the cabling on the top. Need to take, oh, there's another twist tie, that's why. Ugh. I need to announce these streams earlier because I didn't really know I was going to be doing this today. I've actually got loads of orders for computers while I was away. Yeah. All right. That's good. So I think we're ready to crack on with the rest of the build. The problem is, so with a modular power supply in these kind of cases, I just plug all the cables in first, put the unit in at the end. But because we're using a non-modular unit, we've got to decide whether we're going to put the unit in now or do it at the end. I don't think there's a good answer actually either way. I'm veering more towards putting the power supply in at the end, because if you put the unit in, you've got a lot less space to work with your other cables here. But that could come back to bite us later, I don't know. Right, I just need to take a very quick break. I'll come into this. Hello! Quick break. I will be back. I'm going to leave you with a discussion question, which will be about airport lounges. So let me just get that ready. This is such good preparation for my streams, typing it live. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. I just realised I'm an idiot because I was speaking that whole time the mic was muted. So airport lounges. So John's been one, but the prices have gone up. So I don't actually know how much they cost because I've got it as a benefit on my business credit card. So I just get free visits, like 5 visits a year. It's first time ever actually using it, right? And I thought it was amazing. I thought it was absolutely amazing. Very quiet, free food, free drinks, free booze. They just leave the bottles of like spirits out. They did have showers, but they weren't working suspiciously, which would have been the best bit about it actually. So yeah, I would recommend it. I mean, I wouldn't pay for it, but as I got it as a benefit, then it works. I mean, you know, I've got a link in the description probably to American Express referral thing, where if you get the gold one, you do get 4 or 5 visits per year for free. And as long as you pay it off every month and don't use the card, like, you know, if you downgrade the card after 12 months, you won't actually pay any interest or money. So, you know, not financial advice though, obviously. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of that. Don't need that anymore. And we get with some building. So we'll put the motherboard in next, I think. It's really cloudy in the UK today. We've just come off like the back of a heat wave. Can't say I mind though. It's been quite nice having sunny weather for more than one day in a row. Doesn't happen here very often. I think we've got plenty of room to run the cables after, so I think we can put the motherboard in now. That's fine. Always the difficulty with the tower coolers is like reaching into that corner to place the power, but I think it'll be okay with this case. And this one's not. This case does that nice thing where it has the center standoff is like just a post, so it comes through, which helps a lot. Although the funny thing about airport lounges is like, so I usually fly from Bristol Airport because that's the closest one, and it's actually a nice airport in terms of like, there's usually not that many people there, so you can get through security and stuff really quickly. But their airport lounge is apparently absolutely terrible, so I didn't want to waste my visit on that one. But Copenhagen Airport was nice, so I think I did well there. And coming back Copenhagen Airport, I went through security in about 2 minutes and then passport control in about 3 minutes. So I was there with like 3 hours to spare. So thank God for the airport lounge, otherwise I would have been absolutely bored out of my skull. Now I've just got to work out which screws it is that are used for the motherboard, because it's a bit different in fractal cases sometimes. I have a feeling they just use the flat ones. I'm just looking. That's good, Johns. That's true. Yeah, bed is pretty good. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they're supposed to have showers in airport lounges. It wasn't working. I opened the bro after writing the title. Had to be done. Everyone voted for it in the poll, so I had to do it. All right, come on. Where's it? Yeah, it's the 8 flat screws. Okay, fine. So it's these ones. So anyone else from Europe here, tell me about how you've been enjoying the recent heat waves. Or maybe you've been hating it, I don't know. Oh, whoops. Oh, these aren't very magnetic screws, I don't think. That was the one thing that the lounge was missing, like a way to lie down and just have a sleep. Because I could have done with that, because my flight got in at about 11 PM, which is fine, but the motorway on the way home was closed, so I had to go through all these villages and stuff. It took me ages to get back. Ended up doing a tour with a supplier the other day. Oh, which one? Or you're not allowed to tell me? And when you say supplier, do you mean like a manufacturer or distro? Oh my god. I think I need to remagnetize this screwdriver. I'm going to do it actually. I'm going to go get the magnetizer. They have an office in the UK and do a presentation on where they can fit in. That's really cool. Yeah, that's amazing. Felt like a big boy builder. Yeah, that's amazing. Well, you were off doing office tours. I was here really living the high life. I absolutely pooped my pants because I walked out of my bedroom in the morning and I saw a fucking grasshopper on my landing. And I freaked the hell out. I'm usually very kind to insects, but this thing, like the way it was jumping around, it freaked me out. I had to suck it up with the Hoover. I'm gonna get cancelled for this, but it freaked me out. So, you are TCL monitors. Do you know what? I have heard of them. The funny thing with monitors is, right, just another whatever your name is that the panels are usually made by like 3 or 4 companies. So often it doesn't really matter where you buy it from. So just look into what the panel is. Oh, so I like ladybugs because they're cute. They don't do anything. But grasshopper is disgusting. The way it's like, oh, gross. The ladybugs have made a comeback. The 2026 is the year of the ladybug. Seen a whole bunch. Well, that's nice. It's like a quintessential British kind of insect, really. Oh, do you know what? So the downside of doing it with the power supply at the end is that, oh, I can still fix that. I like to run the power cable like through this gap rather than all the way up here. The world is healing. Yeah, man. All we need is RAM prices to come down, ladybug population to increase. Everyone's laughing. I've moved to Denmark. Life is good. Oh, that's going to annoy me as well. I'm going to bring those cables back through. Feed that through there. That's much neater. All right, beautiful. You can hook up some cables now. Just pass them through. HD audio. USB 3. Yes, that will sneak through there. Perfect. Fan speed cable. I think that can go along the bottom. Tell you what, the other camera angle might be more interesting actually. PS2 port, nice. Yeah, very nice. You can maybe see a bit more there. I don't think either view is particularly interesting. Come on. But I have made it harder for myself to feed these cables through by putting it this way up. I often wonder why they put those PS2 ports on. Someone in the comments will know. There used to be like a little myth about them being like more responsive or something in games, but I don't think I believe it. All right, well, lay it down a bit this way so I can get that cable. What a faff! Can they not just put a normal gap? Let me just do it through here instead. Oh, have you got anything else? Oh, just a single power button cable. That's good. There's fractionally less latency. There you go. I wonder what application that would be useful for. I don't know. So put the bottom ports on. Oh, I remember, do you know anyone remember first time putting the little pips in for like the power cable and the reset switch and everything? I remember being so stressed out the first time I did it. Great, so those are in. Plug in our USB 2.0. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. I guess we could do GPU as well. This is going to be easier if I just take this bit off, isn't it? Marvelous. Put our 9060 XT 16 gig in. Law of the cheapest model. Always get the cheapest AIB version of a graphics card. Didn't make any difference. Unless it's a single fan version, in which case the temperatures probably will be worse. Oh, we got a little bit of plastic I forgot to take off there. It's really unnecessary to put this much plastic on it, man. Okay. That's in. So this board doesn't have that thing where you can release the graphics card from the side, but the The notch thing is actually bigger than others. You can't really see it. So that's another good feature of the board. IMO. Obviously, anyone that's watching that's not commenting, please leave. No, don't. I'm not kidding. It's fine. Just nice to have you around. Lovely. One little quality of life thing that I do, if I remember, is to put a SATA plug in place ready to feed through. If they want to add like an additional SATA drive in future, you can just have that ready for them. Makes it easier. So that's plugged. Oh yeah. Okay. It's going to be tricky to film, so I'm going to do it that way and point it there, and then give it one of these. Go. All right, another unit. Sometimes you can squeeze it through the little gap here, or you can put it through the side here. I think it might actually be worth trying to get it through this side bit here, because it will look a lot neater and it won't pinch the cable. There's enough space for it. I just need to loosen it up a little bit. This is extra. You don't have to do this. It's just for me, I think it will look neater. I mean, if you're using a custom sleeved cables, you know, braided cables, whatever, you know, it's not going to matter if you put it through that side opening or via this bit that I'm doing. But if you're using the stock cables, the tighter and sort of neater you can make them look, I think, the better the overall end result is. Not quite loose enough yet, that's okay. Just take them out completely. Hopefully that will give us enough movement. Ooh. This is one of the ways when, you know, a modular power supply would have been easier to build with. But we're trying to hit a price point here, I suppose, aren't we? Okay, come on. Yes, there we go. And we will need to rotate this cable. I'm going to do a reverse angle of screwing something in for your benefit as the viewer. If that doesn't deserve a hype, I don't know what does. We can neaten that up by putting it through. Oh, it's definitely worth doing, isn't it? It's definitely worth doing. Okay. That looks way better than having it looped all the way around into this bloody grommet here. That's a good start. We might need to do a similar thing with the CPU power cable. We'll have a look. Does this come with 1 or 2 CPU power cables? Comes with 2. Okay. Double the fun. Yeah, so that won't fit through. So once again, we'll be loosening the top. Surgical precision cable. Well, I like to think I do a decent job with the management. You know, you don't want to make everything like mega tight because it's going to be so hard to service. So it's just about striking a balance, right? Hopefully I can now pull this forward enough that I can slip this cable through. Oh, it is tight. Yep, just about. There's one. Come on, yes. There we go. Not very surgical precision on the camera work though. It's a bit wonky. I feel like I'm a budget Roby tech. Oh, can't really see it very well. Oh, there's only one 8-pin on this motherboard. I forgot. Oh, what an idiot. What an idiot. Oh, that's how you know the stream's not AI, guys, I guess. You forgot to say, Claude, make no mistakes. Oh god, that camera angle is cheeks, isn't it? Bloody hell. Come on, you bastard. You're a bastard, Jon Snow. Yeah, come on, you little bastard. You can go. You came through this way, you can go back that way. Ah, gotcha. That's what yeah. Well, that's what I should have said. Make no mistakes, Claude. Okay. Minor mishap, but we're okay. So it's looking decently neat. Not that you'd know, because I can't point a camera to save my life. But I think that's most of everything. I just need to put a little power cable in here. And this power supply is also nice because it comes with a single, it comes with 3 total of the PCI 8 pins, but one of them is a solo one, which is really good for this kind of graphics card because you don't have another bit hanging off it. You might have if you just used some others that have them both daisy chained. So attempt to feed that up from the bottom here. See, I don't really talk to the AI very much. I just give it instructions if I do need to use it. It's kind of amazing in many ways, but also it is quite dumb in other ways. Funny how these things often work. Right, so all our power cables are hooked up on the front end. The front end is actually basically done. We just need to tidy the back up next. Spin it around, and I will do my utmost to fix the camera angle for this bit. Okay. That looks pretty straight to me. This is going to be tricky with a non-modular. It is. Okay. What can we do to ease the transition? Oh, I forgot about this this fan plug. I need to put that in. How to put you into system fan 1. I should probably put this one into a different RGB header. I mean, I know it's a SATA powered one, but usually good practice to separate them out a bit, I think. So, whoop. Non-modular. Oh, it's a Deepcool PL750D. Great PSU. It's just it's this kind of case that they are a bit more troublesome. This one, and you know, like one of those small micro ATX ones are also a bit tricky when it comes to the cables. They can be done, and it is probably worth the £30 saving that you make on the unit. Oh, Desteo is completely correct. The effort people put into bitching and complaining. Well, it's a tale as old as time, isn't it? You know, Reddit is a complaining forum. That's basically what it is. I'm on the Doctors UK Reddit, well, sparingly, but it's just all complaining. Complain, complain, complain. So many of them are valid, but it's like, okay, but what are we achieving here? It's part of the reason I stopped watching the news ages ago, because it didn't make my life any better. All it made me think about was bad stuff happening in the world. So the bad stuff's going to happen anyway, so why stress yourself out about it? Hey, we've got Philo. Long time no see, my friend. How are you? Ugh. Tell you what, that's one legitimate complaint though, is who the hell came up with the ARGB standard for plugs? It's an absolute travesty. Ugh. Concentration face. There we go. Gotcha. Oh. But, you know, Desteo is absolutely right. But people just complain because they like complaining. They don't actually want to change anything. It's like when people complain about their health and they don't do anything to improve their health, and then they complain. It's like, well, you had the power to change this, but you didn't do it. So what do you want me to do? It's not my problem that you've ruined your health. I'll do my best to help, but ultimately, if you don't follow the advice, well, I don't really know what else I can do. Okay. Very specific title there. Well, listen, voted for by the community, Philo. That's all I'm going to say. It's probably tanking the viewership, but it's not about the viewership. It's about banging mums in Denmark, which is much more important than the viewership numbers. Wondering whether I should actually put the PSU in the basement position with this one rather than the mid-rise. I think yes, actually. So then I can tie down everything else in the meantime. Oh, that's annoying. Well, Fractal gives you about 2 tiny cable ties, so I have to go and get some more. So I'm just tying some of the front panel cables onto the side here. How's the RAM and SSD economy? Any better? I think it's actually a little bit worse at the moment. We had a brief period where things got very slightly better. But I would actually say it's a little bit worse right now. It tends to change quite frequently, so it's hard to keep track of sometimes. I did buy quite a lot of SSDs when they were all right price. When I say all right price, you know, still £105 for 1 terabyte. So we're not talking an amazing deal. I did buy quite a lot of them. Okay. Just figuring out the best route for these. Yeah, so guys, if you're going to build a fish tank case and you want the ease of building, I would get a modular unit. It will make your life a lot easier. But we're hitting a price point here, so hands are tied. Bought a bunch of those NetAct drives. Yeah, I got a couple of them. They're actually quite nice. They're TLC NAND actually, which was surprising. That ARGB cable is too tight. It's coming out. How do you find good deals? I mean, AliExpress from time to time. Hot UK deals is quite good. Yeah, 70 for a quid with the discounts. That is, I mean, that's good. That is basically the old price, yeah. So if that's doable, that is great. It's mainly the RAM that's the problem, isn't it? Like in terms of an absolute sense of cost. The GPUs are a little bit more, but not too bad. Ediloca. So I've never used them because I don't know, I just never thought of them as a brand that I recognised. So, so I don't know, but I'm sure they're fine. I mean, especially with NVMEs. You used to get some really dodgy SATA ones, but the NVMEs are a bit harder. If you haven't got a Silicon Power business account to stay, that might also be good. If you need DDR5, it's not like mega cheap, but sometimes it's a bit better than the rest of the market rate. That's true. It is. They're repurposed fanshangs. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. Fanshangs have been around for ages, haven't they? I think. For at least a good few years. Okay. try it. Let's see what happens. You can always reposition if it's in a bad spot. Yeah, then see the difficulty is with this position, I have to find somewhere to put all of these. 1 terabyte SSD, it is a good deal, yeah, that is a good deal. So if I put that up there, then I'll have all this space under here, which will be easier to keep those cables controlled, I think. I also noticed that occasionally Lexar on Amazon actually have some kind of deals. Which is another one to look out for. And they don't always come up on PC Part Picker as well, so a bit of manual searching might help you out. I need longer cable ties. Be back in a second. Ooh, 250-ish. That is nice, yeah. Yeah, 250 is good, man. That's what I paid when I bought about 10 grand's worth of Bywin Acer RAM. God, I wish I bought more. I should have just taken out a loan and bought like 30k's worth of that RAM. Right, just gotta get some longer cable ties. Back in a sec. Yeah. Honestly, this is cable management on hard mode. I find most ITX builds are easier than this. We're getting there. We are getting there. I would say not my finest work, but not terrible actually. Could have been improved, but not so bad. Nearly there. Just gonna find something to anchor this lump of cables to. Okay, we're looking good. Not too bad for a non-modular. I'd say that's all right. I'll take it. Once again, the camera is wonky. What is wrong with me? I cannot. There we go. Not too shabby, I would say. It still remains looking pretty neat and tidy in the front. Obviously you can see through these gaps here, but once you put the back panel on, it will be darker, so you won't be able to see it as much. I think it's time to test it out then, right? Before we get any bad, like putting the panel on too early, bad juju. Okay, show me some BIOS. I will need the power cable. Oh, I can't put that there. It's going to look terrible on video. Yo, do it. Just do it. Oh, it tried. Is it going? Just came on and then stopped. Why did you do that? Okay, that's improved. There's nothing touching on the back to short it out. I'm looking now. Weird. Mr. Ace just saw your hi. Hi, Mr. Ace. So we're stuck on GPU lights at the moment. Hopefully that means we're going to get a picture. Yes. There we go. Try and do it in a way where I don't have too much reflection. Time to... I guess we should probably do the BIOS first and then the OS, I guess. Doesn't really matter. It's a nice looking system. We'll do a full show off in a minute, but it does look good. So we should do a BIOS update first. Usually a good way to go. Where's the... That's Q flash, that's what we want. Got a little USB with everything on it. B6 Eagle. Oh, is it a Rev 1 or a Rev 2? Which one? Usually it's a Rev 1. 1.1. Yeah, that's fine. Updating BIOS now. Fascinating, isn't it, watching a loading bar? I do have another computer I need to build today, so we could do that on stream, I suppose. The next one will be a little quick build, like a zip through. Well, we can do it. I just need to get Windows installed on this one. Then it can be fully tested later. Yeah. I can also show you my USB for Windows that I've put an unattend file on. So now I just plug it in, load the USB, and I can walk away and come back and Windows will be installed without pressing any buttons, which is pretty nice. Oh, BIOS baby. I love watching you update. Just ticking away. I wonder if I can increase the brightness on this monitor, or if it's already at maximum. Don't know. I can increase the brightness. No, wait. Yes. Okay. Nearly done, guys. Oh, the fans be going. They be spinning. Oh, it's training the RAM. Which is interesting because it's not got Expo enabled yet. Okay, come on, baby. Taking your time with that RAM training. Come on, Cucamonga. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, the fans have slowed down. That's a good sign. Show me a picture. Yes, there we go. All right, so let's just do some quick settings. Whoosh. So first thing to check is secure boot. So CSM is disabled. Secure boot is enabled and active on standard. Perfect. Expo profile enabled. PBO advanced. PBO limits motherboard. And we can set a thermal throttle limit later if it's boosting really high on the power draw. That's looking good. And then fan profiles. So that's the CPU fan. So give it something along these lines. There's way too many points on the Gigabyte ones. I only really need 3 points. We'll have it running at 50% to start with. That's pretty good. System fan 1. This is the rear fan. So we probably want that running at 50% most of the time as well. Yeah, something along these lines is fine. And then the other ones don't need to be running as fast. So if we put that CPU, we could start them at around 35%. It's Tippy made a DDR3 system recently for your brother. That's amazing. RX 460, 4570. That's really good, man. Yeah, and Linux is the perfect way to use that kind of old machine, because otherwise wouldn't be able to. It might even struggle with Windows 10, but putting it on Linux is pretty cool. Mint can play some games, no problem. It's got Proton like any other. All right, so the other fans, why can I not drag that down? So it won't. So I can't drag that down. All right, well, I'll just do that then. There we go. You don't really need the other case fans to be running beyond 80%. It won't make enough of a difference. Something like that will be fine. Need to change this to CPU as well, forgot that. And then this one doesn't have anything, so we don't need to program that. Yeah, so overall, CPU cooler will stay at 50%. Rear fan will stay at 50% unless we get very high temps. And then the case fans otherwise can stay at much lower than that because there's 4 of them. It won't make that much difference to the CPU temperature. I think that works nicely. That's good. I like that, and it means that that kind of hardware isn't getting wasted as well, which is amazing. The main thing is that you have an SSD in it, which you do, right? So that's great. Okay, so I think that is everything we need. So I'm going to do a save and exit, let it reboot, and then put in the USB for Windows. It will take a minute to train the RAM at that speed. Beautiful. Right, so we now have this Windows USB. Now this is a special USB because I've put an unattend file on it, which means that all I do is plug this in and it will install Windows everything for me. So let's try it out. So let's plug it in. Now bear in mind, I am not doing anything during this process. It's all doing it by itself. So let me exit. I'll put the keyboard and mouse there to prove that I'm not using it. And it should just load onto the USB, start the installation process without me having to touch anything. Then all it will do is ask me for a username. And everything will be set up really nicely. Just need to put the drivers on afterwards. I think it's picked up the USB. It's a good start. That is very bright, but it is doing it. So I haven't had to touch it yet, which is nice. Look, jazz hands. This, I should have done this ages ago. It actually is a game changer for setting up these PCs. I don't have to sit there and click through it. I can do that while I go and get other things ready, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get the other components for the next PC whilst this is all installing. So it's all auto unattended. Oh, I found some components. Although, PCs had 5060 Ti. I thought I had one, but I don't. Oh well, how are we doing with the installation? That's almost done. Cool. You'll see that it will just skip through a load of steps automatically as well, which is very handy. I really thought I had a 5060 Ti. That's really annoying. Go into PC building, I think 150 to 2 budget dead because of this. You're right, you are kind of stuck doing the whole Steam thing, aren't you? I really thought I had a 5060 Ti. Well, I found enough parts that we can start it at least. I'll probably have to buy a GPU for this next one. And the difficulty is that 150 to 200 euros was always a difficult budget. You know, it was, you sort of come off that efficiency curve at that point. There's a sweet spot in buying many things, including gaming PCs, where if you're spending big money, it's not very good value. But also when you're spending very low money, it's also not very good value. So the best value is somewhere in the middle. All right, so what was the username for this one then? It's a good non-doxable name. I have noticed that there aren't many build. There used to be lots of build guide videos on YouTube, like $200 build, this, and this, but you don't really see them anymore. But Mint or Bakelite could save that older hardware in a way. Damn, that is, you really are getting some deals there. I think to put anything together for that price is impressive. What, a tiny case, yeah. People often want it compact, don't they? But don't always understand the drawbacks of doing that. Gary, what's up, bud? We're coming to the end of this build, but we haven't actually shown it off yet. We're just getting some drivers on. I'll actually do the testing later. Just wanted to get this thing functional. I'll give them the choice about what RGB software they want. Probably Signal RGB, do you think? I'll just drag the installer onto the desktop. They can decide if they want to use it. We'll put the desktop wallpaper on. I don't think we need anything else from there. How is the chipset driver doing? Usually the main order I'd do it is chipset driver first, then graphics, then motherboard specific drivers, like for your Wi-Fi and all that. Let me see if I can just make this a bit bigger for your benefit. There we go. €16, that's, wow, it is old, I guess, but that's really good. Lovely. Graphics driver. Nice, yeah, I know it is a bit of a dumpster dive, but at least it gets used rather than binned. Because if all you're playing is like little flash games and stuff, I mean it'll do it, won't it? It'll get the job done. Lovely. Mobo drivers, are we still plugged in? Yes, we are. Gigabyte B650 Eagle X Rev 1 or 2. Oh, I like the Gigabyte drivers. They're silent installers, aren't they? Which helps a lot. Wow, this SSD is rapid. It's good. It's installing fast. Yeah, the P550 Silver is not bad. I've used it once or twice. I had no issues with it. It was good. What have you automated to stay? Oh, the auto unattend. Yeah, the only one is the driver, right? That's the thing, because if I do it with a driver, I'll have to keep changing the unattend file all the time to make sure the driver is the latest one, unless you've managed to work out a way to do it more efficiently. I've got Wi-Fi, I've got Bluetooth. Nice. So how did you do it with the drivers? Because that's the bit I can't work out, is how I would replace it so that the drivers load like that. And would you have to have a separate USB depending on whether it's AMD, Intel or whatever? Because then I don't know if I'm spending more time looking after USB sticks than it might have just been quicker to do it manually. I don't know. Yeah, you have to show me off. Yeah, of course. Interesting though. It would also be good to have like a one-click benchmark button, I guess, but I don't think that would be too hard to set up. Okay, well, we're looking good. I'll do all the activation stuff later. All in one stick, no matter the setup. Oh, that's dreamy. Any recommendation of decent 850 watt? If you're in the UK, there's loads of good deals actually. I can't remember, Gary, if you are UK. I'm pretty sure you are. Let me see. Hot UK deals is good for this kind of stuff. Let me just see what's available. Unfortunately, somebody bought all of my remaining RM850E power supplies that I got for 55 quid. Someone bought all of them yesterday. Right, so if we want it to be 850 watt, I feel like it's going to be the Montec Century 2 from Scan is the cheapest one, but so there's a Gigabyte one, B850GM, but I don't really like that one. Is that yeah, it looks like it's the Montec Century 2 from scan.co.uk seems to be the best one at the moment. Oh, is it FSP, really? That you visited? Okay. We'll just queue some updates. We won't actually wait for it all to finish. Wait. FSP have a UK office. That's really interesting. That is, I'm very surprised that FSP have a UK office. Interesting though. Okay, so I think we can show off the PC actually now. Just gonna unplug some bits from it. Get it into a state where we can have a proper look. I don't know how long the Montech Century 2 warranty is. I think it's pretty long as well. It's at least 7 years, I'm pretty sure. All right, just a slight little bit of extra to do on this one. Just got to put the plate back over this. Which also kind of helps with the cable management, I suppose. What about UPS from FSP? See, I've never had a power cut, so it's not been something that I've considered for myself, but I do understand that they are a good safety thing, particularly if you're working on like sensitive projects and stuff. Just need to get one that's got enough power, I guess. They're giving you a load to sample. Cool. Really interesting stuff, not just PSUs. Do they make cases as well, FSP? I think they do, right? And maybe even coolers. Seasonics are still good, Gary. They're just very expensive. But they're still great units. And do you recommend, was it the Power Color Reaper? Yeah, I can't remember exactly what kind of setup you're going for. I just get the cheapest version of the 9070 XT that you can find, just provided that it fits inside your case restraints. The only real thing I could think that I would specifically say the Reaper for is that it's quite compact, so if you've got a smaller case, that might be the better one to go for. Anyway, thoughts on NZH3 Flow? I used one the other week. That was when we did the refurb build. I actually really like it. I think it's a really cute little case. It's not remarkable in any particular way. It's just overall kind of a nice little case. Triple screen racing rig, nice, nice, nice. Just wonder what it's like for undervolting. I would say they're all going to be about the same. 9070 XT undervolts okay. I'm not sure they undervolt as well as the Nvidias, but I think it should scarcely matter because the temperatures will be well controlled regardless. Right, just tidying up, and then we will full reveal. Just need a budget case, tired of flimsy metal. Well, yeah, H3 Flow's good. It is small, but you can fit what you need to in there usually. All right, let's get this into presentation zone. Whoop. I've had a couple of people asking about cases without glass on them, actually, recently. Which I'm all for, you know. Especially because you can get the sound dampening panels on it if you do it that way. Okay, right, let's see. Do I have enough slack on this camera to move it around? I should do. Let's swap to that one briefly. So, should do. I just have to unplug the power. It's to hide the RAM. Yeah, good point. Good point. Ain't bothered about temps trying to save electric. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Don't think the camera's really doing it justice. It looks better in person. This case always does, actually. Still think it looks decent. But the photos of this case never look as good as how good it looks in real life. Got those nice shrouded fans. A fairly solid corner. Yeah, definitely. It looks a lot prettier at night as well when it's darker. We'll put the glass panels on as well. Yeah, I really like the CPU cooler on this build. Yeah, I agree. But it definitely looks even better in person. Particularly when you've got the glass on, which is what I'm just doing now. I think among the fish tanks, like I would say, probably is my favourite fish tank now. Out of the bigger fish tanks is what I mean, you know, the ATX size. It's got everything you need. Okay, so view number 2. That's with the glass on it. So it definitely looks nicer when you've got the glass on it. Obviously I haven't really optimized the lighting for photography here at the moment, but it does look pretty cool. Of course, the panels are toolless as well, so you can just pull them off. That's like half nuded. Just the front glass on there. This is probably the best way to photograph the case, really, just the front glass on. Yeah, definitely the cooler is a nice one. I should have bought more of them. It looks really smooth. You don't have that obvious like fan strapped on kind of look, right? And there's our precious RAM, precious silicon power RAM. There is mesh. It's just it comes in a separate bag. Actually, it's in the case box. It's a really nice like thick bit of mesh. It does come with mesh, yeah. So this is Fractal Pop 2 Vision. They should have just called it the Fractal Vision, really, and that is the APNX AP1V. I've got the box for that here. That one. But it's perfect. It's like it was made for this case, really, because it has the same sort of smooth finish that a lot of the case has. The fan is recessed inside like the case fans are. I mean, it does just line up nicely. And we also had the APNX additional fan to put on the back as well. So it all lines up really nice. Do they make this? So this one is full ATX. You can see if we go down here, you can see we've got quite a lot of additional PCIe ports there. So yeah, definitely a full ATX. So yeah, very nice. I found the cooling to be as you'd expect, really. Nothing special, nothing bad. How dirty does tempered glass get? It really depends on how dirty your environment is. I usually advise like people to dust their PC maybe once a month or two. And use an electronic duster like a CompuCleaner. Don't buy those cans of compressed air. They're a waste of money, terrible for the environment as well. Yeah, that's true. You're right. So they've gone with 2 fans rather than 3. Yeah, that is often a hallmark of a smaller case, but in this version it is. There's quite a lot of space at the top there, which means that you could put a 360 rad in there, and you could make it one of the thick ones, like a liquid freezer, an Arctic, and it would still fit fine. So that's pretty good. Overall, I'm pretty happy. Sure, the customer will like this one. And the customer for this one is local as well, which I much prefer if possible, because I can just drop this round. No worries about any shipping or anything. You can just get it round as it is there. Makes it far easier. Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with this if it were my PC. Okay, so we have another PC to build. Well, most of a PC. I thought I had a 5060 Ti. I don't have a 5060 Ti, but we can build it all without the GPU. Okay. What card? This is the card that's in it is the Sapphire Pulse 9060 XT 16 gig. Just the cheapest 9060 XT 16 gig I could find. Just press the power button, waiting for it to turn off because it's probably in the middle of a Windows update or something at the moment. So just leave that to do what it needs to do. Perhaps we can get. Oh, there we go. It's just turned off. Cool. Yeah, it does come with a top dust filter. It's just in the box at the moment. I'll just check that. I'm pretty sure that's true though. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. It's like a solid like sheet of metal. It's like there's no flex in it at all. You think it's worth getting the 8GB 9060 XT? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. So I would much rather get I don't know what it's like in your market, but here, the 5060 Ti 8GB is way cheaper than the 9060 XT 8GB. So I would advise that you get the Nvidia if you're going to get an 8GB card. I mean, here you can get 9060 XT 8GB is around £320, whereas 5060 Ti is between 280 and 310. So I'd much rather get that. You get a better software suite. I think it maybe is a little bit faster. I don't know, actually. I think it's probably a smidge faster. Right, let's put this away. Move on to the next. Oh, would help if I took out the power cable for garrotting myself. Right, next. Oh, €270, then that changes things. It depends. I guess it's region dependent. All right. Next PC. Now, this motherboard, I make no secrets that I don't love it, but it's kind of like a real budget build, as budget as you can get on an AM5. It's not too bad. Like, the power delivery is fine. The problem with it is that the BIOS doesn't give you the same level of control as you might get on another B850. Like, most of the time, it's not going to be a problem for most people, but you can get the B850M Pro A for not very much more money, which is a better board. But this will still get the job done. Still gives you the upgradability. Doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to work. And then CPU, it's another 7500F. These are pretty good, way better than the 8400F actually. The 8400F has half the cache. This one has the full 32 megabytes. Can't really see it very well there, can you? 7500F. It's basically a 7600. SSD next. It's another Bywin Beauty, 7200. What happened to the insurance claim? Oh, John's still ongoing, my friend. Still ongoing. Which I find crazy because it was obvious that it was mishandled. But what are you going to do? if they don't pay out, I'm never buying insurance from them again, because that is like, that is open and shut case. Like, the thing looked like it had been stabbed. Well, for Tippy, in your case, yes, the 9060 XT is better. You've got a unique scenario there where it's cheaper, so go for it. It's like, nice. For a cheap board, to have double-sided SSD cooling is pretty rare. Got a thermal pad on the back and the front. Although it's really hard to take this sticker off it. What the hell? There we go. What happened? Oh, well, I shipped a PC with a 5090 in it. Now, not only did it have the integrated anti-sag from the Fantex case, it also had Instapack underneath it. And then it goes inside like an external box with padded sides and bottom. Then the PC goes inside the case box, which has its own like foam as well. Then I put that inside the larger box and shipped that. And when it arrived, like, it wouldn't turn on. I was like, oh great, what's happened? It took ages to find the problem, but I'd asked him just to take the graphics card out to have a look at it. A PCB had snapped in half. Crazy. So yeah, I had to replace it. So I'm about 3K down, which is really annoying. But I think even if the insurance doesn't pay out, I think there are places that do PCB repair, so I could at least get, you know, 2/3 of that back. So it's not end of the world. It's a shame because it was an Astral as well. It was like a ROG Astral, so it kind of sucks. But it's safe to say any 5090 builds, they're getting the graphics card shipped separately from now on, and then with instructions to install. It's just not worth the risk. Honestly, Desteo, honestly, if you saw the photos, you would know that it's a open and shut case. It looked like somebody had jumped on top of it. Like the whole top of the box was like crushed in. The sides were punctured. It was crazy. And then DPD tried to tell me you didn't pad the bottom of the box. I definitely padded the bottom of the box. What are you talking about? It's mental. But do you know what? It's only the second time I've ever had a problem with shipping. So overall, it's just annoying that it happened to be that parcel that they fucked up. It was DPD, who are usually really good. I usually do not get any trouble with it, and I pack them very like over the top even, really. It's just a case of bad luck and mishandling, unfortunately. Like, they really should not have put anything on top of it. I reckon that's what they did. Madness, absolute madness. I thought there's no way that GPU will be broken. It had the built-in anti-sag from the case and it had Instapack wrapped around it. I was like, they must have done something really bad to it to crack a PCB. I don't have a business account with them because I don't ship enough at the moment. So I insured it via SecureSys, which is like a third-party guys, but they're really dragging their heels on it. I think it's because DPD is saying it's not their fault, but ultimately, like, they can lie all they want. You know, it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be paying out. So basically, if I get this GPU repaired, if I don't get the money, then I'm in two minds whether to just keep it for myself or sell it. But I probably should sell it, really, because whilst it's nice to have a 5090, the money is better for me, right? So yeah, I think SendCloud though are starting to allow collections on DPD, so I'm going to start using them instead, I think. You have an account with APC Overnight. God, I haven't heard about those guys in ages. Yeah, yeah. You need to send, I think, at least 5 parcels a week, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for me that is a lot. See, the DPD drivers near me are actually really nice. So it, I guess it's area dependent, right? Right, so the cooler is the Wraith Stealth, but I am going to go and get some different thermal paste because the paste that comes with it is just dreadful. Back in 2. Seeing as Testeo is here, how much can you get for selling a 4080 Super? Oh, so yeah, putting money in a pot is actually, that might be a better idea, from now on. You're probably right that is a better call. So do APC handle your computers well? Have you had any issues with them? And how's the tracking as well, which is another thing. I never would have even thought to use APC, to be honest. I'm surprised they're even in business. All good. Oh, amazing. Yeah, okay. Do you know, so what does the customer see when they're dispatched and you get the tracking number? Can they see like a 1 hour window and stuff? Because I might consider it, Like, how much is an average label for you? Oh, I'm going to look into it, Especially if they let you have you can schedule pickups without needing like a minimum quantity. Yeah, yeah. I guess they have had to catch up. I still find UPS a crap, DX crap, Yodel forget about it, Every obviously forget about it. Yeah, nice. That would be good. Thank you. So with the DPD labels, it's like the label itself works out around, it's something like £12 excluding VAT, and then if I want to put insurance on it, it's like 1% of the parcel value or something. Wait, APC is owned by Stobart. That's so interesting. Okay, so we're going to change the paste on the stock cooler, so we use this MX7. It's a common issue with the Wraith Stealth stock cooler. Apart from being like quite a mediocre cooler anyway, the paste on it is terrible. You can run stuff last minute. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. I will look into it, actually. It's always good having you on the stream. You've always got some good insights. Should you keep or get rid of your 1070? It depends how much you need the money. Like if you're not in good shape, you're not getting to the gym, you should be spending that money on the gym. You should be selling the GPU. If your life's already in a good spot, then keep it for a rainy day. Although it might be, if you don't have a CPU with integrated graphics, you might be better off. Keeping it. I don't know. I don't know. Good. Got some Lexar Thor. Now with this one, it's a budget build, so it's going to be single channel RAM, which is gonna annoy some people. But if you remember, DDR5 already has 2 internal sub-channels, so it's not as punishing as it is on DDR4. No way in hell would I use single channel RAM on DDR4 systems, but for DDR5, if you really need to hit a budget, it's pretty good. And in the long term, I think it's better than using 2x8, because even if you had a 4-DIMM motherboard, running 4 sticks on DDR5 sometimes isn't very good on an AMD system. Not so bad on Intel, actually, but on AMD doesn't always play nice. So just a single stick. 4080 Super, yes, 700 quid. How old is the 4080 Super? I only paid like $950 for it. Slightly more on, yeah, maybe. It depends like how much I could, if I got the 5090 repaired, like how much I could sell the whole GPU for at that point. Because new, they're around like 3,000, aren't they? 3,200, something like that. But with a new PCB, it's no longer really an Astral 5090, is it? Because it have a different PCB. I can't believe you can still get that much money for a 4080 Super. I mean, it's still a good card, obviously. I don't know. I should probably just sell the 5090. Let's be sensible here. What I really need is a CPU upgrade and a new case, really. The video editing is starting to struggle on the 7800X3D. Okay. So platform is done. Can move these bits out of the way. God, well, I guess maybe that's another argument for NVIDIA cards, is that they hold their value. So if you sell them, you could retain more of what you've spent. Yeah, there is no point, yeah. Well, I think Tippy, without speaking for Desteo, I think he was saying you could just get a basic display out, you know, like something for like €10 or whatever, just in case your GPU fails and you wanted to sell the 1070. But realistically, how much are you getting for a 1070? Well, like £90 or so, €90? Maybe it is worth it just to keep it, I don't know. Honestly, 9070 XT is an absolute banger. It's so good. It's one of the best GPUs that has been brought out in a long time. To be honest, 9060 XT is 16 gig is really good as well. I'd say I think this is Radeon's best GPU cycle I've seen, probably ever actually. In terms of like the market sentiment is good, the pricing is high but not outrageous. You get good VRAM. I think it's just great. The 5070 Ti was really good when you could get it for like £600, 630. Then that was a good competitor. But now it's just mental. And then you got the 5070 with 12 gigabytes, which was just stupid. Okay, right, the case power supply. Obviously, this isn't very exciting for you, opening a box off screen. Won't be long. Okay, here we go. If I swap to the other view, there we are. Very, very popular. Yeah, Desteo's right. You're just using it as a display out. So literally, literally anything that will fit the PCIe slot and works is all you need. So this XT-M3 and the XT-V3, really popular. People really like these. I think they like the fact that you can fit loads of stuff in it, but it's not really tall, you know? Yeah, so just there, I've got the same. I've got a GT710. I paid £8 for it. I've had it for years. I just took the I completely took the display bracket off. Took out the VGA because it kept getting in the way when I was trying to plug it in. So it's just an HDMI on there, and I use it all the time. It's great. Like for basic like display out testing, it's good. You got Sam's. Wait, when you say Samsung S3200s, do you mean Samsung B-die? Because you can get that really low latency if you've got it, and still quite like valuable to have B-die. Hard to find though. Oh, A-die's unlucky. Yeah. It's something that's not very well done in the memory business, isn't it? They don't really say what dies are in it, which is quite annoying, because you want good quality dies if you're overclocking or tuning. I was going to look into DDR5, like picking up just like those basic green sticks, see if you can save some money and tune them yourself, but it's not even really that much cheaper, so I don't see the point. Like if you're saving like 50 quid, I'd be like, yeah, this is worth doing, but it wasn't really. You can. Well, you can also look at, like with B-die, for example, you could tell if it was Samsung B-die because like the first 3 timings would be the same number, but I don't know how to do that on DDR5. And I don't know whether it was just a UK thing, but it was really hard to find any B-die DDR4, even when it was like in the current sort of zeitgeist, right? I still couldn't really find it very often. Come on. Come on. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Well, sounds like a good tune you've done there. I hate the connectors that they use in this case. They make the cables are just like a little bit too short. See you later, Johns. Good to have you on the stream, brother. Okay. Got the PSU in now. I don't think a lot of RAM likes going over 1.35 volts, really. Some of them 1.4 is all right. The problem is, with DDR4 especially, the faster and snappier you want them to be, the more you have to cool them to get it stable. That's good, Gary. I like it. Yeah, you can get away with the high voltage if you cool them well. They do fall apart if you don't give them cooling. Right, we're going hard mode again with the full wired power supply. PL750D again. Hmm. 50 kilobytes per second. Well, you can't be watching this stream at 50 kilobytes per second. Watching 144p. Bloody hell. How was my trip? Yeah, it was great. Weather was glorious. The place, the people, everything about it was beautiful. Really good. Expensive, but not too expensive. Like, it's the equivalent of like London prices, really. So, you know, could be better, could be worse. But overall, yeah, I had a great time. I'd recommend going. Scandinavia, anyone's not been. TY, baby. Okay, so we're just going to pre-feed some cables. CPU. I might hold off the others for now, just the CPU. Oh, here he is. Collider Surround. You must be asking an AI about all of these names. Yeah, well, lots of people overpriced because they know what they got. They do not know what they got. Wait. All right, let's give it some. Sell a kidney for a can of Coke, yeah. Rip off. That's why I don't want to live in London. Like, if I'm going to live in an expensive city, I want it to be like a nice expensive city. Well, Max knows all the words. He spends his days memorizing phrases that begin with CS. From Kent to Cheshire. It's kind of mad, isn't it? It is kind of mad. How just moving an area can just completely change your financial life. Like to pay 700 grand just for like a basic like house in London. I just don't understand it. Is London really that amazing? Like, I don't think so. It's full of crime, isn't it? Filthy as well. Yeah. See, Max, the last one had a tower cooler. You missed it. We're back to stealth cooler. We did change the pace though, so come on. We at least tried. But Max, you got to tell me, is Vienna like worth coming to visit at some point? Because I ain't getting any younger. What do you mean the UK would be the last place I would ever move? I don't think it's mean. I think it's just accurate. I wouldn't move here. In fact, it's on my mind if whether I should move away from here. There's a lot of things about like England that I like, but there's no surprise that it is going downhill. Just cultural standards. Like, I don't mean like what kind of people or whatever. It's just basic like respect, politeness, like looking after public services and stuff. It's just completely gone. It could definitely be worse. I wouldn't want to be in like some other European countries. Like, there's lots of good things about the UK. I guess the main issue with it is, for the amount of tax that you pay, you don't really get that back in terms of like how the country is looked after. Do have NHS, which is pretty amazing. Although it obviously has its problems, but you're not going to go bankrupt just because you've broken your leg or whatever. So live in Poland. Poland's on the up and up, isn't it? It's become a lot more popular. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like Polish people all moving to the UK. It was like a big thing. And I don't really know why it should be a big thing. I mean, Polish people are great, so yeah. But now it's quite funny that it's going the opposite direction now. Yeah, I might visit then. If I get a cheap flight, just come down to. I've been to Austria before, but I went skiing, so it's not the same, really, is it? Vienna has the best metro in the world. Well, Copenhagen metro was pretty damn good. That's going to take some beating, so. I think about what time of year is best to visit, do you think? I wouldn't go in like summer, like late July or August, because it'd be too busy, and the flights would be too expensive. But I don't know whether it's better like winter or like summer or spring or whatever. I don't know. I suppose the other thing that might be a cool idea would be to like do a couple of countries nearby. Like, what's the train service like? Like, say I wanted to go to Germany, can you just go on the train, or is there problems? Please send you a CPU. Nope. Afraid not. We don't do giveaways, not announced ones anyway. Unfortunately, it just attracts people that are freeloaders. Do 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 do. Oh, cool. So yeah, I guess I don't know what the closest cities like around that would be worth going to would be. I'd have to look into it, but yeah, be interesting. I wanted to sort of do most of the European countries in some form. The advice is free. Send him a Pentium or Celeron. I don't actually have any spare CPUs anyway. I have an Athlon 200 GE, but I actually find that's quite useful, so I have to hold on to that, unfortunately. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. All right, making some good progress. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, good call. On the AM4 can be really cheap. That is correct, and it's still kind of well supported. All right, all right. It's probably not that as much of a bottleneck as you think. Graz is okay. How come is houses array classy? Okay, nice. Yeah. Not for tourists. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think you'll be fine, Michael, to be honest. I mean, if the question is, will a new CPU, the faster CPU be faster, then yes, but I think you'll be okay. I mean, if you're basing what you're asking off feelings, so don't do that. Base it off data. So have a look and see if you're getting bottlenecked. So 5500 and 5060 Ti is better. It's better than most people's setups, actually. I would think. It's just sometimes, you know, in the tech niche, you sometimes get used to seeing all this high-end stuff, but in reality, a lot of people are using previous gen stuff, and that's totally fine. I mean, your best upgrade's probably going to be 5800X3D, isn't it, really, realistically, now that that's available again? Okay, good start. Now, I need to go and see if I've got the GPU, because I thought I had one, but I don't know if I do. I might have to steal it from another machine, so I'll be back in a minute. Oh, you're 11 years old. Well, that's an amazing setup for an 11-year-old. When I was 11 years old, I had like a Nokia 3310 with Snake on it. That was all the gaming that I was doing. I think you're doing great. I don't even know, can an 11-year-old even have a YouTube account? I don't know. Well, you're welcome to stay, but we're not going to give you any free stuff. So if that's what you're expecting, don't hold your breath. Who else says, I saw your DDU screen video on driver reinstall and go to safe mode, just get a black screen with white light on your motherboard for PGA. There could be loads of things there. I mean, if you're using an old system, you need to make sure you're in UEFI mode, not CSM, other things like that. Worst comes to worst, just don't use the safe mode. Just use it in the normal mode. It's not as good, but it's okay. Nokia for gaming, yeah. You never played Snake 3D? Oh, what a title. I bet you never played Bloons Tower Defense 4 on your school's computers. You young whippersnappers. Don't know how good you got it. All right, so I'm gonna go and find out if I've got a 5060 Ti anywhere. looking. I don't. Do have one of it. Mic is kind of broken. It's because I went quite far away to try and see if I had a 5060 Ti to complete this build. Alas, I do not. So I will have to just get this ready and slot the GPU in later. We can still get things ready to slot in, but no GPU, sad face. Oh, using a non-modular in this case is an exercise in patience, put it that way. Yup. Now I need my scissors. Where have I put those? It's like a recurring joke on this stream that I can never remember where I put my scissors down. There we go. How big of an upgrade going from non-mod to modular? Well, I mean, in terms of like performance, it'll be no different. In terms of like ease of assembly, in this kind of case, yeah, way easier, but probably not worth the price difference. Especially when you're building to sell. All right. Tough one. Harder than usual. Oh, well, it's a huge benefit convenience-wise. In this kind of case, I mean, if you're just using a standard tower, then actually a non-modular is probably easier because you don't have to plug anything in. It's all just there. You're never going to lose it. But yeah, for this sort of build, you would be better served with a modular. So I'm going to try and free one of these cables up. See if I can feed it to the right-hand side. That'll give us a bit more space. Can you believe that one time I actually used cable extensions in this case? I still don't know how I was able to cable manage it. Right. You were supposed to have 4060, but there's only a 5060 Ti. I'd call that an absolute win. So now I think it would be okay as a good case H3 flow. I guess the issue with, when you're building systems to sell is that, you've got a certain amount of budget to hit. So I can either get a better GPU and just go with, struggling a little bit with the cable management. Or, you spend the money on the cable management. So, there's always trade-offs. It's about, what could you live with in order to have more money for other components. Can you put AIO on any pre-builts? I mean, yeah, as long as it fits in the case. I'd say AIOs are very cheap now. Like, you can get them for £30 here in the UK, so very cheap. Although probably it won't get you any more performance unless you're on a very high-end CPU. We start with a budget, then it goes out the window. Yeah. That's where reality kind of like bites back, doesn't it? Happens. Okay, take 2. Trying this again. This don't get no easier. Don't tell me I've run out of long cable ties. No. No. Alright, short one it is. I'll have to stack 2 short ones. Oh, that sucks. Well, listen, because I set up the guide so that it works for most people. I can't tell you what's right or wrong for you, so you will have to just look at what you're doing and make your own choice, do your own research. Do you trust? Well, they're Thermalright AIOs, so they're generally all right, I would say. And if it breaks, they're cheap. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I've overheated, I think. Let's go with this one. In fairness, that other camera is in the sun. So Thermalright Aqua Elite V6. That was like £33 last time I looked. 240mm cooler. And that will fit in your NZXT case as well. All right, come on, in you go. Oh, there is an effort. Come on. Tippy is correct. It's not a requirement to get an AIO. Oh, just about. If you, that CPU does not exist, so I don't know what you mean. Oh yeah, that camera definitely overheated. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna drink. We'll have a look at the PC. We're all gonna have a good time. Oh, it started off cooler. It's getting hot now. And I have to get a fan for the other camera because it's overheating. Overheating like me. Yeah, of course there's AM4 Ryzen 9s. Ryzen 9 5950X, or I think it's called 5900T now. Those were, and you had the 3950X, which was on AM4. Right. Fan for the camera. Hope the Ulanzi fan can save my camera. Okay. Switch my aircon on. Good joke. Good joke. Okay, I will go and get a GT710 to boot this thing. Whilst I need to order a 5060 Ti this afternoon then, I guess. Oh guys, I lied, it's not a GT710. Oh no. We're balling out, it's GT730. Oh yes. Oh, they put RGB fans onto cameras. Well, I wouldn't want that. Why would I want that? All your mums are going to see when I'm doing an upskirt shot. It's quite a dodgy thing to say, actually. I might get in trouble for that. It's a joke. Wow. Beautiful. High performance GPU. Deshrouded, look. No PCI clip on. I'm a modder. You know my modding ways. Okay. It can play Cyberpunk 27 at over 300 FPS. Let's boot this bitch. It's Brittany, bitch. Oh. Oh. Tell you what, I'm starting to sweat. I'm definitely finishing the stream after this build is done. Oh, that would help. There we go. All right, we've got some life. We got some yo do it. Oh my god. I don't know how much more of this my camera can take either. Oh, can't even make a straight. Ah! There you go. Nice shot of the floor. There we go. And then, because that is not really legible, there we go. Okay. Okay. And breathe. Now, my USB. Oh. Who has full fiber? I've got full fiber, gigabit. Got to be done. Got to be done. Okay. How do you make your Wi-Fi Mbps better? Well, what do you mean no image file select? Oh, come off it. Don't give me that. I'm sure it's on there. So if you don't have an internet, if you don't have an internet plan that gives you gigabit, you're never going to get gigabit speed, are you? If you're miles away from your router, you're never going to get speed, are you? It's just basic physics. Oh, you actually don't have the BIOS for this one. Bear with me, just downloading some drivers. Pay more, but it's still shit. Well, you're just going to have to work out a way to get wired internet, right? If you've got your Wi-Fi antenna plugged in, then you can either get a mesh system or you can run an Ethernet cable. But if you've got like eight other people using your Wi-Fi network or loads of devices, it's going to get clogged up. It's just how it works. Alright, let's try that instant flash again. That's better. €20 a month. I think I pay £40 a month, but it is fast, so. Only 5 megabits download at best. Oof. That sucks. Oh, is it? Vienna's overloaded. I've got to say, ever since buying my Linksys mesh router setup about 6 years ago, I've never had one problem with my network. It's actually amazing. Oh, ASRock, your BIOS updates are slow. It's stuck at kilobits. That's wild to me. You must have a strange problem. Yeah, maybe because you're on 4G. Yeah, maybe you're getting congested from all the other 4G. Can you change the channel on the router to like make it so that it doesn't use the same channel? I don't know. You know, Tippy, that reminds me, I used to play Black Ops 4 Blackout on PlayStation 4 back in the day. And used to have some American friends. And obviously I'd play on EU and the latency was pretty good. But I actually found I played on US servers and I did better because my latency there was like, the ping was like 160 or something like that. And I think because the American gamers were just so crap at Call of Duty, it actually like balanced out in the end. 39,000 ping. That's crazy. That's 39 seconds. All right, so we're here. So I think that for the performance preset, I think we're going to have to set one of these. So I think, yeah, PBO TJ Max Curve Optimizer -20 sounds pretty good. And then DRAM profile needs to be Expo. Well, so we need to do the fans, don't we? Hopefully this BIOS has the graph thing. Yes, it does. Yes, good. Fantastic. Now, because this cooler kind of sucks, I need to keep it really around 60% all the time. And then the other fans we can relax it off a little bit. What's like the nearest city to you then, Tippy Kitty? I don't know very many Polish cities, not going to lie. No, Krakow and Katowice. Those are the only ones I can remember off the top of my head. No, I don't, when I say channel, I mean like your Wi-Fi can go on different channels. Like you can select it, and if you pick one that's not as congested, it can be better. Yeah, here in the UK, you do get 4G in pretty much everywhere. All right, so then we're just going to put Windows on quickly. I've got this USB that I've made, which has an unattend file on it. So it will run through the whole installation without me having to press anything, which is very handy. So we will, oh yeah, I didn't check the secure boot. Ah, I need to do that. Oh, Brantsk. Oh, I don't really know that area. Not that I would. Not that I would, you know. I don't know that much about Poland. Hacker USB flash, that's right. I am a hacker. Don't get on my wrong side, kid. I'll hack you. That's unfortunate for you, Tipmeister. Okay, well, listen, my bladder's about to burst, so I'm going to mute the microphone because you freaks would love to hear me going to the bathroom. And you can just watch the whole Windows setup go without me touch. So there you go. Hope you've enjoyed listening and watching. Oh, we're 50%. Okay. Just gets longer and longer and longer. That's what she said. Ba 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 ba. Oh, been drinking regular water. I should be drinking protein water. What is the cheapest PSU? I mean, really, it's this PL750D because I can get them for £40. So it makes little sense to use anything cheaper. You know, maybe if I was doing a used build, I wouldn't worry too much. Like, I have used the Deepcool PF500 before, which was £28, 500 watt 80 plus white, which is fine. It works all right. It's no problem. But if it's like a new build, then I'd say it's not really worth saving like 15 quid. Mission to discover the best cheap PSU. The PL750D, man, I'm finding it very difficult to beat because it's ATX 3.1. It's got the 12 volt high power cable. It does a great job. It's very good. Yeah, and the problem is once you open them up, then it becomes a bit of a risk, doesn't it? I don't know. Yeah, so the MAG BNs and the PSS Gigabyte ones, they're very similar kind of ballpark, aren't they, as the Deepcool PLs. I'm sure there's going to be a gem out there, isn't there? Because there's only so many like OEMs that make these things. The problem is some of them are really bad for coil whine. So like the Deepcool CX series, CX550, CX650, they just seem to have bad coil whine. Whereas the Deepcool PL series, I have not had a problem with coil whine on any of them. So it's difficult. Cletus Van Dam, will you ever say an alternative steam machine? I'm actually working on that this afternoon. So yes, we will be selling alternative steam machines. Starting at the same price, and then there's a couple of other options for higher end if people want to spend a bit more. Yeah, so it isn't as bad as people say. I agree. You know, I've had how many PSU failures? I think 4 over the past 5 years. So whilst yes, there might be some that aren't built as well as others, ultimately the chance of it going wrong is somewhat low, particularly if you're buying from a brand, isn't it? Oh, me too, buddy. Me too. Back when I started, I was using those Game Max things. Oh my god. Oh my god, I would not do that again. I just don't, I don't use any Game Max. That's good. A P550 SS. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's region dependent, right? Because the P550 SS is a similar price to like PL750D that I can get, so it's very close. Yeah, anything but Game Max. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. I also don't really like Aerocool either. Ever since those integrators, they might be better now, but I've just been screwed over too many times by it. Yeah, I wouldn't, and I don't like the ones that you know, the bare metal ones. Yeah, people use 4080s on what? On Game Maxes or Aerocool integrators. Yeah, yeah, it is blown out of proportion. It definitely is. The problem is you get with the internet is that you just get these echo chambers that it makes it seem like there's loads of experts saying something, but actually it's just one person or a handful of people that have said something, and then a load of other people have parroted it. And I find a lot of time people haven't actually tested things themselves to make the conclusions that they do. They just say, you should do this, you should do that. But realistically, if you haven't done it yourself, it's hard to really trust that information. But on the flip side, as somebody that sells something, is that your fight to make, or should you just give in to the market and sell more stuff? And that also has its own issues, because then you see that the PC builders are doing this tier list stuff, and it all legitimizes a point that never probably should have been legitimized in the first place. So the older I've got, the more I can only trust what I've seen myself. Because you know, my business brain is saying, actually, it's kind of irrelevant whether people think about the tier list or not, because that's what they're going to be looking at to reference you, so that's what you should sell. The enthusiast part of my head is saying, well, I don't want to tell people the wrong information. I should just give them the best thing that's possible for the money. And if I lose sales, I lose sales. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because let's say I put a Corsair RM850 into something instead of a deep-cooled PN850D, both 80 plus gold units. I know they're both going to basically give the equivalent experience regardless, but the one with the Corsair is going to sell better because of internet opinions, even though it doesn't make any difference in the long term. And the other thing is that people more and more are asking their chat GPTs and Geminis about PC builds. And the thing about these LLMs that I've noticed is that yes, they try to get you a good recommendation, but they also are really risk averse. So they will really do everything possible to try and ensure that a bad outcome doesn't happen. And in their head, they see online lots of talk about tier lists. They ingest that into their LLM matrix or whatever. And then they end up recommending the RM850 power supply, even though in real life, it wouldn't make a difference. All you've done is pay 20 quid more for what? A brand name. It's just weird how this stuff works. I do like the addition of the 80 plus wood. 80 plus wood efficiency characteristic. I love it. Right, well, there's just a GT730 in there. So once these chipset drivers are installed, then we'll do a fly through of the build. And I'll have to order a 5060 Ti 8 gig to go in. I really thought I had one spare, but I don't. No worries to stay. I'm gonna finish soon anyway. But yeah, always good to have you around, and I appreciate that. All right, see ya. Internal shots and designs. Yeah, that's good. It's another good way of doing it. Okay. All right, gang. Coming up towards the end of the stream now, we're going to do a little fly through of this build. Obviously, it's not complete yet because I don't know how to keep an inventory, but multi-rail 12 volt PSUs. Yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, if they're a higher wattage PSU, most likely, right? Or if you can use 2 rails for your GPU cables, yeah. So, you know, it's a Fantex XTM3. I don't know what to tell you, like they all look the same, don't they? And then we've got a lovely single stick of RAM. Go team. We've got our 3 fans pre-installed. The 850 motherboard. That is a placeholder GT730, by the way. So once we get the 5060 Ti in, we will fix that in place. We've got the AMD stock cooler. Obviously, we've changed the thermal paste. Still much better off getting yourself a tower cooler if you can, but we really need to hit a price point for this one. Hence why the stock cooler is used. I can tell the camera is a little bit laggier than before. I think that's just due to heat. Okay. So we're going to say our goodbyes. because I'm starting to toast up. Oh. Ah, there you go. Told my friend stock cooler is fine for 5,500. Yeah, it probably is. You know, is it better to get a tower cooler? Obviously, but it can be done. In a pinch. Especially if you can tune the PBO. You know, if you've got a B450 or a B550, then you can tune the PBO a little bit as well. So yeah. Hopefully we've enjoyed the stream, but I'm gonna have to sign off in a second because it's getting late in the day. Oh, don't worry, Gary, it's okay. It's all about, really, these streams are like, they're not for like, they're not really for growing the channel. They're just for having a bit of fun, hanging out with you guys. That's it, really. You know, no big deal. Sweden won the poll for best looking nation. Thankfully, the UK did not win. Although the UK should be way lower. This should go. It should say Denmark first, then Sweden, then Italy, then UK. But yeah, don't worry about missing the start of the stream, Gary. It's fine. It's, you know, it's a long stream. I'm not expecting everyone to watch it. Oh, somebody's tried to use. Hang on, can I highlight this? Select. Hang on. Select question. I'm trying. And I go to live chat. Does it come up? I don't really know. I'll try to use it. What GPU on Steam Machine? So on our Steam Machine alternative, I'm thinking about the RTX 5060 or the 8GB 9060 XT. Obviously, the 960 XT would be better, but it is like 50 or 60 pounds more expensive, so it's going to be harder to hit the price point. So I'm going to look and see what suppliers can do for me. It'll be either of those. Then it will be Ryzen 5600 with 60 gigs DDR4 in dual channel. But people will have the option to like add more RAM, take it away. You know, you get a lot more freedom than you would with the Steam Machine because you can tweak it a little bit, and it uses non-soldered parts, so it's pretty good. Great. All right, everybody, I'm signing off now. That is it. I don't have anything else to say. So, bye.